Very good morning, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome here to the FEI Jumping European Championships for the young riders, juniors, and children. We are live with you from Gorla here in Italy, and it is an absolute delight to be able to enjoy some fabulous sport over the next 6 days alongside you as we see some of the very best of youth talent from across Europe looking to find their way on to that podium and perhaps be a medal winner through the individual and team competitions over these next 6 days. It begins here with the children's classes this morning, this one round opening competition, this against the clock class 125, and we're underway already here over Andrea Colombo's course. Time allowed is set at 86 seconds. And looking forward to how this pans out. 25 nations and 100 athletes in the children's category. And the first out is Lavina Labosco, riding here with Oberon van der Berg to give us a little bit of a clue as to where we're heading. This young lady, of course, part of the team that took the silver medal. She was individually fifth last year at Oliva Nova at those Youth European Championships. Different horse on that occasion, but a really strong rider in the saddle to get us going. Little plank on top of the double there as they come down this line over that parallel and then looping their way back round in front of the grandstand into what is the final line. Just this upright left to go. And we start with perfect fashion there as Lavina Bosco jumps a clear safely inside the time as well, 80.29. So nice and comfortable inside the 86 seconds. A lot of jumping. There's a big field coming forward here in the children's category this morning, 105 in fact on the start list. So lots to look forward to, and it's a great start for the Italians as they will be delighted with the way that has got them underway here this morning. Oberon van der Berg and Lavina Lamosco. Nina Hudzaka goes next. Nina, who joins us riding here on Chicatana. German-bred mare by Chaco Gold. Comes round to that equiline fence to get things started. Jumped on the Nations Cup team that finished second in Hagen. That was just a few weeks ago. Behind the tree. Through that little two-strided double. And looping left-handed into this parallel to upright to finish. Five strides down and over the last. They do finish with that one fence down, though. It is a score of 4 for the second to go, as that's the first out for the Dutch team there. Nina Hudzaka riding Chicatana, and they finish on a score of 4 in 80.13. So 2 have gone, 1 is clear, and we move on to the first of the British riders. And great to see this young lady part of the British team. It is the turn of Darcy Breen. Darcy riding here on Queenis. Picked up some good international results with her rides both in Compiègne and in Lamperouxhausen. Jumping there in as part of both the pony and children's international setup. Eight strides after that double. Loop round. 3 doubles in this course rather than there being a combination. Still clear as they come round into this final 5-stride line. Riding confidently. What a brilliant start that'll be as well. It's safely round and clear, 83.72 for Darcy and Quinis. So just like the Italians, the British riders getting underway very strongly here at these FEI European Youth Championships in the children's this morning. Of course, their scores from this class come the end, all converted into those fractional penalties that'll then set them on their way into both team and individual classes later this week. So we start well for Italy and Great Britain. We now have the next to come forward. This is Romania's turn. And under Elena Botia riding Claudio Don Vetir. The Nations Cup team in Samrin, which finished second there. That taking place back in May. It's just on the 4 faults so far. Looping left-handed. Wonderful going out here this morning. Actually having a couple of fences, it ends up on a score of 8 at the end of it all there for Ella Botia and Khalida Dondavetir. So that's the first of the riders to go for Romania. Quick time though, 78.45 was the fastest round the course as it currently stands. So Sweden, Fabian Tolig rides the Swedish bred Vero, Swedish warm blood. Rode on the Nations Cup team in Hagen back in June. Was here and on the Nations Cup team for the Swedish team when we had the Youth Nations Cup back in Gorla in April. Riding Chile that day, goes with Vero today as part of the Youth European team for the Swedish. On the 4. Oh, 2 fences to go and 2 fences down at the moment on that score of 8. Oh, and then sadly, really gets caught with the last as well to push them onto a score of 12 as they come across the line for the first of that Swedish contingent here then. So that was Fabian Tullig there riding Vero. Well, we move on because as the camera pans to the right and the fences go back up, the next is going to be this combination. They ride here for Slovenia. This is Lina Rocchio riding Romana. Jumped into the top 10 in Samrin back in May. Recently jumping into second place in the Grand Prix in Babylona. Sitting back, holding, but sadly just moving a little bit to the left, in fact, as they got to the fence. So just getting caught. Well, keeping it on the 4, really sitting back and holding, trying to keep that horse off that top rail of the red upright that's there at the end, just perhaps losing a little bit of control in the back half of the course. Did well to keep it to the 4 with Romana there for Lina, 81.46 on the clock to finish on the 4th. So 2 are clear, and the quickest of those clears is the Italian rider that went first. That was Lavina Labrosco, 80.29. The other clear coming from Great Britain's Darcy Breen. Swiftly moving forward, because next is the turn of Luis Laurent Jacques riding Silver Despo. It's the first of the riders we get to see from France, and another rider that's been busy in Nations Cup action already this year. Jumped in Centaur on the winning team back in March. Also jumping very well in Compiègne. Confident rounder riding at the moment. Got a lovely rhythm and balance going here. Coming down this final line, he's 1 fence away from being the third of the clears, and I speak too soon because he just gets pulled into that final fence, finds his way into the bottom of it, and sadly down it goes. It's 4 and 81.01, goes into 4th place. So Luis there just getting caught on Silver Depot right at the very, very end of the track. Well, the next to go, it's going to be Cian McMahon riding limited edition. First of the riders for Ireland riding in the children's category at these Youth European Championships. Limited edition. And Cian McMahon. Part of the team in the Children's Europeans last year for Ireland. Ireland finishing in 9th place as a team last year. More recently on the winning Irish team with this horse in Hagen back in June. Worked out his stride nicely there, coming round now to this two-strider double, this parallel to the upright. Then you've got that sort of curved 9 strides. He gets there on the 8, in fact. Very mature round of riding at the moment. Keeps that balance and really strong round of jumping to start things off in great form there for Ireland as well, as Cian McMahon and Limited Edition go clear 80.95, just a fraction shy of the best time as well. These are very early stages, but nevertheless putting clear rounds on the board is all you can really ask these riders to be doing at this point. It really sets them on their way over what is to come here. So 3 clears, 1 for Italy, 1 for Ireland, 1 for Great Britain. Next to go, it's going to be Stella Heliers riding as the second of the Dutch riders, and this is Go-Go on that team that finished on the podium in second place in Hagen. Jumping the water this morning without any trouble. A little pole on top of it. Gently over the plank. Just lost their balance a little bit, coming back towards home and getting caught. Not the first. 1 or 2 now have had that front rail down on fence number 9. Keeping it to the 4 with 1 to jump, which they jump without trouble. 81.92 on the clock, and Go-Go finishing on that score of 4 goes into 7th place there. So that was Stella Hegeles, that for the Netherlands, their second rider out. Nina Hudzaka we saw also on that score of 4, sitting in 4th place a little bit earlier on. Well, the next to go, it'll be Norway's turn. And this children's class, Maiken van der Daggeren riding them with Sancerre. Had a very good win with this. Oh dear. Now they've just come round that corner and sadly they had gone through the start beam, and that brings 4 faults up immediately. It'll put them at risk of time faults as well a little bit later on in the course. But that stop. Oh, and really doesn't want to go. That's going to be the second review. That is such a shame for those two, having had a lovely win just recently out in Drammen. They put in some really good results out there in those youth classes, including finishing in the top 10 in one of the Grand Prix. Well, that, therefore, is elimination for Maiken van der Daggeren and Sancerre. Beautiful warm day already. We are sat here at the moment in Italy. We are northwest of Milan in the Lombardy region. Beautiful countryside, wonderful part of this amazing nation to enjoy. Very popular venue here as well. Of course, throughout the year we see a huge amount of sport. The youth riders were here back in the early part of the spring. And a lot of those riders using that show to set their focus towards these youth Europeans here today. And busy 6 days of jumping ahead of us now to the Greek combination. Lucas Balois riding Yudi. Also rode in the Balkan Championships, the children's category last year. One fence away from jumping the clear to start things up brilliantly there then for the rider from Greece as Lucas goes clear. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. Look at the smile. Big pat for the horse as well. And that a very, very strong start then for them. 79.75 is the final time. It becomes the fastest of the clears as well from the Greek rider. So we'll move him up into top spot as it stands, 79.75. Now we swiftly move on. There's no time to hold fire. As the next of our riders is going to be for the Czech Republic. This is Andrea Hakarova riding Ben-Hur. Finished third with this ride in the Grand Prix in the children's category in Prague recently. Was also on that Nations Cup team that finished second back in May in Samrin. Lovely big jumper as well. Look at that. Puts in a beautiful shape over that fence 11. Been jumping a really strong round. Is still clear as they come down to the last. They might just run the time a little bit tight. 86 seconds. They're going to run up to 83.16 at the end. So that is clear and goes into the top 5 clear rounds now in this opening leg of jumping. Of course, the one round table A here this morning, starting things off before team competition comes up in a couple of days' time, and then, of course, individuals over the weekend. There's lots on offer, but it's so important to get such a strong start, and that is exactly what Adriana has done there. So moving to the next to go, Portugal's first rider to join us here in Italy is Maria Inês Sucrios, riding C Invictus Z. Rode on the Nations Cup team recently in Lumpertshausen. Oh, the Brit coming out of the top of the wall. Not caused too many issues, that wall. It's actually ridden very well. As is this, the water jump, which, as of yet, I don't think anybody's faltered at. It's a lovely little introduction to it today. Gets away with a little tap at the plank. Really had to work hard through that double. Just see the way she got a little bit deep to the parallel and then came down short and then found herself really having to ride through the second stride. On the 4 as they come down to the last. Make that 8, sadly, as the last gets caught as well to bring them on to 8 faults. Maria Inês Sucrios there and C Invictus Z. So they're finishing on an 8 fault score. Louise Kolner now. You can see Germany's first rider joining us here is Dressed for Success, the name of the horse, on the team that finished third on the podium in Hagen in that Children's Nations Cup competition. Was on the winning Nations Cup team here back in April. Coming round to this fence on the corner, then left-handed swing, setting themselves up for this one-strider double, little plank on top, pole coming out, curve line 8 strides down to that parallel that's caught a few out, but so far still clear here for Louise Kolner. Back round to the third of the doubles, parallel upright 2 strides. A lovely shape, really balanced, good seat. Now turning left-handed into this final line. Germany looking for a really big start here as well. And that they have with the clear round in under 80 seconds. So 79.57, in fact, it's the fastest of the clears. And it goes to the first of the German riders, Louise Kolner there, and Dressed for Success. 79.57 the time on the clock, a little faster than the Greek rider Lucas Baloissis, and then Lavina Labosco in third. But 6 riders have jumped this course clear, of which Germany, Greece, Italy, Ireland, Czech Republic and Great Britain are at the nation. So next up, as we move on, it's going to be Rodrigo Szozai here for Hungary, riding Cornet. At the Children's Europeans in Vilamora in Portugal back in 2021, was also on the team that finished in 4th 12 months ago in Oliva Nova at those Youth Europeans in the Children's, where I should say he finished 4th rather than the team finished 4th, just missing out on a podium. Well, he came so close 12 months ago to being able to take a medal. He has started off as strong as anybody here today, because 79.16 puts Rodrigo straight to the top of the leaderboard. Fastest clear, they're getting quicker, and they're jumping clears. So really good to see. A lot of jumping still to come. We really are in the very earliest of stages here this morning. But as I will say time and time again, all you can do is get started with a clear and see where you end up a little later. So I'm sure they're delighted. And that's a great start for the Hungarian rider there, Rodrigo Szozai. Next to go, it's Spanish combination Spain's first, actually, that we get to see here is Hesia Garamendia Aria with Teski Kariak. A very good win on this horse in Zivald. I was on the Nations Cup team here back in April. They actually finished third in the Children's Grand Prix, these two here in Gorla, back in that Youth International. And getting just a little deep into the front of that, but it rides it well. First of the Spanish riders here. So far, so good. One more fence left to go, which they jump, and they go clear as well in 79.83. They also dip under that 82nd bar, so they go into the top 4. It's awfully tight at the top. In fact, you've got riders separated. The top 6 riders are separated by the best part of a second. That is it. So really, really tight margins in terms of top placings here. But a great start for Spain. Next up, it will be the first of the riders for Belgium. Belgium with Jiska van der Inde riding here with Mia STBZ. Belgium, of course, have had such a rich record at the Youth Europeans in recent years. These 2 winners of a class in Compiègne. They were on the Nations Cup team together in Hagen as well. On the 8 as they turn back into the final line. Sticking on the 8, showing a very good turn of pace. In fact, faster than the leading time, 78.89, but 8 faults there for Jiska van der Inde and Mira. Well, we move from Belgium to the Swiss now with Noah Prefer van Olisteren riding here with Rock de Ven. Rock de Ven goes next, and this is in fact the first of the Swiss riders that we see. Rider that was individually 5th on this ride 12 months ago in a leave over at the Children's European Championships. Jumped here on the team that finished 4th back in April. Comes up to that fence on the outside. Little parallel hidden up there at fence 7. We can't really see it behind the tree. Jumping a nice round at the moment, still clear as they come back to this 2-strider double. Ooh, a long way off that fence. Gets a little bit deep, but still riding a clear round here is Noah. And jumps for the clear in 79.85, gets himself into the mix as he goes into 5th place there. He joins that very tightly compacted group of horses and riders that are all between 79 and 81 seconds, of which there are now 7 of them, all within that margin of what is just under 2 seconds. So great start then for the Swiss riders, Noah and Rock de Ven. Next to go, we move on to one of the Danish riders. In fact, this will be Denmark's first rider out at the Youth European Championship. Selma Hamburg Dressler riding Rihanna. What can this young lady do? Was part of the Nations Cup teams already and had a very good Grand Prix win in Centaur at the back end of last year in the children's category. back in November. First to have caught that part of the double. I thought that little plank going in was going to cause more trouble than it has. Which course is riding really, really well. It certainly holds the caveat of different fences, different places for different horses, and great course designing, really making these young jockeys think, but giving them a really rideable class, really rideable course. It's quite fast. Very, very fast. 74.27 is by far the fastest we've seen from anybody from Selma there, but she has had the two fences down. Unfortunately, that's what makes it difficult, and that therefore dropping down the order. So going into, where have they gone into? 14th place. So that was for Denmark. Next to go, we swing across and find this rider for the Netherlands. In fact, we've got 3 Dutch riders in the next 4 to go. Liv Nielsen now with Cine WZ is the first of this little part of the Dutch team. These two were on the Nations Cup team that finished second in Hagen. Confident round, and actually I would suggest looks to be relatively up there in terms of pace as well. It's a lovely jump in and out of the double. Lovely little round of jumping here, going well. And that's a very good round from Liv Nielsen there, 76.67. I said she looked up in terms of pace. It's very competitive enough to be the quickest of them all, and by quite some margin, 76.67. There was me just a moment ago saying we had, what, sort of 6 to 7 riders stacked within 2 seconds. Well, that is some, what, 3 seconds faster, 2.5 to 3 seconds faster than what we'd seen as our best. So Liv Nielsen there and Cine WZ has now set the standard in a really, really good round for the Netherlands. Now we're going to stay with the Dutch because River Moroskov is next, riding Checkpoint Chaco, another part of the Nations Cup team in Hagen. Found their way into the top 3 of a class in Zeewolde. Well, they do get caught by the little plank at the start. Of that double. Now they come round to the 2-strided double later on in the course. With Romonoskov then on the 4 as they turn back in to the final line. And they finish on that score of 4, 74.36. Sometime in this course, that was quick. Really quick. But it is a score of 4, just outside the top 10 as the best of the 4s. And those 10 clear rounds now led by Liv Nielsen for the Netherlands. Second for Hungary at the moment, Rodrigo Schusai. And in third, it is Luis Kolner for Germany. That's your current 1, 2, 3. Next to go, Poland. Małgorzata Babazinska riding Happy Lena. Another rider that went well 12 months ago at those Children's European Championships in Oliva Nova to finish in 5th place individually. Did they just take a brick out of the wall? I think they might have done. They're on the 4. Turning back left-handed into the final line, this 5-stride distance of 12 to 13. Just trying to get off those outer boards. Horse just almost overshot the turn. I have to say, riding really well, having to really work in that final line. They kept it on the 4 for Małgorzata Babazinska and the Hapelina. So 78.81 is the final time. And 4 there, the score goes into 12th. Another rider for the Netherlands next. I said we were getting 3 out of 4 in terms of the way the Dutch riders have just found themselves stacked all quite early in the draw. FEI Louise Vos now. FEI Vos here with a Monica LH. Also rode 12 months ago at those Children's European Championships in Spain. Dutch team finishing in 5th place 12 months previous. These two also rode here back in April on the Nations Cup team. Quite a steady rhythm. Time allowed hasn't really caught anybody out. It's just generous enough to allow them to find their way round without really putting too much pressure on the riders. This could be a clear round, and it is a clear round, and it's 82.49 on the clock to go into the top 10. So it really is been a really strong start for the Dutch riders here, as FEI going with a very strong round as well to go there into the top 10. So, of course, still leading at the moment, Liv Nielsen, her teammate. The Netherlands on top, 76.67 the time. Well, next, we move to Romania. Brianna Ella Valis riding here with Diams de Mazure. These two who rode at the Balkan Championships as individuals on home soil. Saw them finish in the top 20 last year. Oh, they've just run out of impulsion. It all just died as they got towards that double. Just giving the horse a little pat to say it's all right, we can get going again in a minute, but all the impulsion just ran away from them. And sadly, the bell goes, so 6 seconds will be added onto the clock, as we know, and they've recorded that currently with 8 faults scored. Now there's the bell to get things back underway. Quick work from the arena team down on the floor. Youth European Championship debut for this young lady. Well, they recovered really well. They have picked up a couple of time in there to go on to a score of 10, 87-38 is that final time, but keeping their composure and finishing things off, Brianna, Elena Valister and Diams Demasieux. So that was the combination for Romania, the second of the Romanian riders. Now we have Turkey, and the first of their riders is Kira Artam, riding here with Venzio of Coco. Another rider that rode at the Balkan Championships last year, also rode at the Youth European Championships, the Children's Europeans in Oliva Nova. Ooh, coming around to that triple bar that, oh, it's wonderful. It's like a leopard print on there, isn't there? But it's not a fence that's caused any trouble at all. The early fences in this course not been the fences that have caught out too many of the riders, but another rider just having a stop. Now comes to the wall, comes into the shadow, jumps over the wall and out into the sunshine. And you get that double that follows. Upright parallel, one stride, round to the water. And then that little white plank, very delicate little fence, goes as well. So we're now on a score of 12 as we come back round to this two-strided double of 10A and B. Well, I hope she's okay. Yep, she's absolutely fine, back up on her feet. Well, what a disappointing end and a difficult day for the combination there for Turkey. Kara Artam, glad to see that she's okay though. But so much hard work, so much preparation. We really do understand how many hours, well, days, weeks, months of training goes into preparation to come to these European Championships. But a difficult day for that young lady. So glad that they're okay, but at the moment, as they walk away, leading the way is Liv Linson for the Netherlands on 76.67 as a time. Hungary in second with Rodrigo Schushai and Cornet. And then in third at the moment for Germany, Luis Kolner with Dress for Success. Greece sitting in fourth with Lucas Baralusas. And in fifth place, it's Spain with Heza Garamendia Aluria. And then in sixth place, Noah Prefe von Allesvon for the Swiss. So that is your current top 6. Now, the next to go is Nadia. Nadia Lemon riding here for Poland, Silver Star. Jumped very well in Zuidwold. Also on the Nations Cup team together, these two. Was in Lumpertshausen. They won the Grand Prix back in April in the Children's Grand Prix in Jurzos. Just about made enough space going through that double. Now left-handed. Around the corner we come back to this final line. Getting closer and closer, looking for a really strong start then for Poland as well, and that they have. 82.71, top 10 for Nadia and Silver Star. So into 10th place for Nadia Lemon and Silver Star. So great start there for that combination for Poland. Second of the Polish riders we've seen. Well, Sweden will be next. Sweden's second rider, Alice Nordberg, riding Jarte. Put in some really strong performances together in what has been quite a sort of limited number of international outings. Picking up the pace a little bit now, getting more and more confident around this course. Still jumping clear as well. 76.67 is the fastest time. I'm not quite sure they're going to be on that pace, but I don't think they'll be too far off. A very good time here. And coming towards home. They've had the last down, just unfortunately rolling that pole behind. They were clear to the last, 76.90. They were there. They were, what, 0.2 of a second away from the fastest time, but it is 4. As they run down to the last, Alice Nordberg, instead of going into second, goes down into 14th place, unfortunately. So that was Sweden's second rider. Next to go, it is Portugal's second rider, Martin Ribeiro, riding here with Flambriana T. On the Nations Cup team as well in Lumpertshausen in May, where they finished 4th in the Grand Prix as well. Halfway there, tie flapping around. They seem to have lost their tie pin. Not causing too much of a distraction at the moment. Lovely round of jumping, and it's good in terms of time as well. 78.14 to pop up into second place for the Portuguese rider there. Martim Ribeiro and Fidelina Tees. So that was a great round of jumping to move into that sort of gap. There was quite a gap in terms of seconds between first and second that was, but it's now into second. 78.14 for Martim. Leading, though, is Liv Linson, 76.67. It is Netherlands, Portugal now 1 and 2, and Hungary in third. This is going to be the turn of Diana Kabanova next up. And this that she's riding is Kadi van de Knuffel. Combination then riding for Slovakia. Finishing on the 4 as they land over the last. 79.74 the time there for Diana Kabanova, riding, of course, for Slovakia. So that then slotting inside the top 20. We've jumped, well, this is our 30th to come forward next, I believe, if I've got my maths correct, here in this opening leg of the Children's European Championships. Next up, it is Kaja Korprek riding here with a Concordia 41. These two ride for Slovenia. Recent winners here in Gorla in a one-star class. In fact, obviously using that as a bit of a warm-up ahead of these youth Europeans, and that went well for them. Spent a lot of time in Samarin in May. Coming down towards the last to finish on the 4. It is just the one fence down, 77.69, reversing my numbers there. So that was Kaja Korprek and Concordia 41 to put them into 16th in the overall order. Next to go, it will be the second of the riders for Germany. Germany's one rider so far is Luis Collner, and that at the moment sits in 4th. Next out for Germany is Brianna Birbum, riding here with Carlusi 20. Jump well in Hagen. On the Nations Cup team as well, that finished second in Lumpertshausen. Be a brilliant round here for Germany. It is 79-74. Goes into fifth. Germany have got riders in fourth and fifth. Brianna Birbam and Carlucci 20 going there into fifth place. Slots in behind Luis Colner and Dress for Success. Both those riders going round within a quarter of a second of each other to put Germany fourth and fifth. So really positive start for the German team here in this opening leg of competition, this Children's European Championships. Well, the next to go is the combination for Lithuania. Jumped in a Livanova last year with this horse, Trojas Drovikas. Riding Calimero W. Also on the Nations Cup in Hagen, where they finished in fourth place. And Lumpertshausen, where they finished in seventh. Just on the four currently. Well, I believe that was 8 and 79:30 the time. So 8 penalties there for Georgia. Sorry, for Choice and Calimero W. Georgia's next. So Choice Rimavekas riding there for Lithuania. Nothing then changing at the top. Next to go, it's Italy. You remember the Italians started things off this morning with Lavina Labosco back at the first to go. They combination first out jump to clear and still sits inside the top 10 in ninth. Now Giorgia Gusmano riding here with Lacoste the third. Another combination that went well in Austria. Well, they're on the 4 as they come back round towards these final fences for the second of the Italian riders. Just trying to keep it to the 4, which they've done. They finish on a time of 78:77. Horse pulling quite nicely there as a good round, though. That was Giorgio Gomasano riding Lacoste the third, 78:77 the final time. So that was the second out for Italy. In fact, we got 2 to go before we take a break, a arena break in a couple to go. Poland next. Having already seen 2 of the riders for Poland, now their third. It's Alicia Kosmol riding Clearwater PPZ. The second place together in Zuidewald. Also jumped well in Lumpertshausen, where Alicia was on the Nations Cup team. She was on the team here as well that finished 5th in April. Oh dear, oh dear. I hope she's okay. Straight back up on her feet, most importantly. But that really unfortunate. Just lost her seat going over the fence and then sadly slid down the side of the horse. But it is good to see that she is able to get straight back up on her feet, and the horse now running back towards the collecting ring, where I'm sure the team will be waiting to gather things up. But that otherwise was going well until that point. But that unfortunate end is, well, the second we've seen to walk away here this morning. One more to go before we do take a little break for the arena grading team to come on in and do their thing on this lovely arena surface here in Gorla. Going to be the Czech Republic's next rider. Liv Linson leading from Martin Riverio, and then Rodrigo Shusai sitting in third, the 1, 2, 3 as it currently is.
Proprio prima del break sarà la volta di Teresa Abikova dalla Repubblica Ceca in sella Timur.
So, taking us up to that break, as our arena team are mentioning as well, it is Teresa Abikova riding Timur. And for the Czech Republic, these two winners recently in Prague and have put in some good rounds of jumping. They were on the Nations Cup team together as well in Lumpurchausen, that finished in the fourth place, just shy of the podium that day. Coming up to this parallel, 5 strides down to the last. This is a really nice round to take us into the break. It's a very good round from Teresa and Timur to go third, 78.83. So a super round then from Teresa Rukova and Timur for the Czech Republic, 78.83, going up in to the top 3. So some great rounds of jumping from the youth this morning in the children's category here at these Youth European Championships, the FEI European Championships for juniors, children and young riders. We'll see young riders as well getting underway later this afternoon. But at the break, Liv Linson leads for the Dutch. It is the Netherlands on top in these early stages with the clear round on Cine WZ. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back with the next phase of this opening round of the Children's European Championships here in Gorla Minore in Italy. Welcome back, everybody. We're live with you here at the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla Minore in Italy for the young riders, juniors and children. It is the children we're enjoying first thing this morning with their opening class, being this one-round competition. The team and individual classes for the medals to come over the days ahead. 6 days of jumping across 3 categories here. And we look forward to it all. Leading the way in these early stages, having seen the first group of riders out. What have we had so far? 35 jump, leading the way, Liv Linson for the Netherlands on Cine WZ 76.67 with that clear round. But a long, long way to go with a total of 105 coming forward in this children's section. It is the next to join us, Valentine Platini, riding here for Monaco with Calais. And this combination who had a win together in Cagnes-sur-Mer back in April, more recently jumping in the children's international classes in Compiègne in France, where they had two top 10 finishers. This track set by Andrea Colombo and his team. The technical delegate here is Gerard Lachette. Time allowed is 86 seconds. Time allowed not really giving us too many issues in this particular class. And 3 doubles rather than any combinations out there. That's the water over on the side. Takes us up to that parallel on the corner, which we can't see behind the tree. But then you get this delicate little double of uprights, plank in, pole out. This curved line. 8 strides over the number 9. Then you come round to this 2-strided double. Just sitting the horse back, jumping in nicely over the parallel out. Goes for the 8 strides to fence 11, then turns left-handed back into this final line. Still clear at the moment. 5 strides here from this parallel at 12 down to the upright, red upright at fence 13, which they've jumped brilliantly. What a great way to kick things off in this next stage of jumping. Valentine Platini goes into the top 3 there on Calais, so 78.69. Superb start there for the rider from Monaco to have a really strong first round of jumping here in these European Championships. So we move on, and Belgium's next to go will be Chloe Host, riding here with Valériane de Moyon. These two who won the Grand Prix in Lier back in April, the Children's Grand Prix. They also won the Grand Prix at the start of April in Centaur in Oklabik. You always expect the young talent from Belgium to go well. And this is a good start for Chloe. Looks to be a really good start. Perfect all the way, 76.68. It's so close as well in terms of time. They are 1/100th of a second away from that leading time, 76.68 into second. The leading time is 76.67, and that is all it is a 100th of a second between Chloe going into second, Liv who leads the Netherlands first, Belgium second, Portugal now in third place. Superb, absolutely superb. Now, the next to go is Maya finalists riding for Hungary. And this ride is Cortez. Maya Pites then for Hungary on course now. These two on the Nations Cup team together in Lumpertrausen, also in Babylona. That first fence putting things on a score of 4 right back at the start, although picking up a second fence down later on. And the last goes to bring the score up still further. So sadly, it isn't to be for those two. 20 is the score. Now we move on to the next to go, because next up is France, and Luis Aquatin riding with Cielo de Hus. Luis Aquatin, then, who rode at the Children's European Championships, was part of the bronze medal winning team for France 12 months ago in Olivenova. On the Winning Nations Cup as well in Centaur back in March. On the 4 as it stands. Coming home on the 4. 82.33 as they move across the line, and 4 is the score for Luis Aquatin there, and Ursula de Hus, part of that bronze medal winning team from 12 months ago. We move from France to Norway. Madeleine Osterlund Fuglsvad riding Carrello ST. Another rider that was part of the championships in Spain last year for the Children's Europeans. Riding Carrello ST today, with different horse last year. These two on the team that finished, oh dear, coming round the corner and just stopping. So second we've seen do that in this class at that triple bar. Now just picking up the canter again, coming round, getting a nice big jump over it on the second attempt. Needs to just be a little bit aware of the time now. Let's see if there's anything that they can do just to try to avoid any time penalties. 86 seconds is that time allowed. They've jumped well since that stop, but the time is going to run them away. They are going to pick up time penalties. It's a total of 9 in the end. 90.77 is that final time. So unfortunately, picking up time penalties on top of jumping for a total of 9 there, with the stop early on for Madeline Osterlin, Volkstad and Carrello ST. Still the leading round, Liv Linson for the Netherlands, 76.67 with a clear. Anna Ploutz, and this is Z7 Cardanas the fifth. The partnership here for Austria just getting started. Anna on the Nations Cup team in Lompot-Charlesen. She also jumped well in the Grand Prix, but that was on Lino P. Strong round of jumping at the moment. Just moving up through the gears a little bit on that turn. Got to use those loops between the fences. There's only 1 or 2 of them where you can really just let the horse run on a little bit. Try and shorten up the time as best you can. Time's so key in this competition. Again, there, landing and turning tight, although I think she just had the back rail off that fence at number 11. Looking between the trees, she has indeed 75.83. It was faster than the leader, but it is a score of 4 for Anna Plutz and Z7 Cordoganus the fifth. So quick, just nearly a second faster than the leader. 0.84 faster, but it is a score of 4. Still for the moment inside the top 20, but we're not yet halfway through this competition. Now back to Sweden. Nikki Andersson, K&T Quebec, or Quebec maybe, or Quebec, depending which way you want to pronounce it. So this is Sweden's turn. On the Nations Cup team in Hagen together, they jumped into 7th place in the Grand Prix in Drammen. Clear as they come round to the double. Jumps in, 2 stride, jumps out. Lovely balanced round, goes on that wider route back towards these final 2 fences, looking for the clear for Sweden. Nikki Andersson and K&T Quebec then 80.96, jumps the clear, 14th in the order. So a nice round of jumping then for Sweden once more. They'll be pleased with the way that has turned out for Nikki Andersson. So great jumping. Ireland's turn. Caravaggio and Lily Turney. What a round she put in Hagen on her other horse, Fireman, to win that Pony Grand Prix a few weeks back. She was, of course, on the children's team with this horse that took top spot in the team competition in the Nations Cup there. Been putting in some fine performances between both children's internationals and pony internationals. Oh dear, just suddenly getting caught out coming into the... Well, that's something we haven't seen happen before, and for a combination that have been going so well this season. Just losing their way in the middle of that double, but recovered well, came back, jumped it nicely on the second attempt. But like we said a moment ago, once you've had a stop, time penalties, very easy to pick up. Well into time now. Lands over the last in 100.50, so it's a score of jumping and time combining for 19 there for Lily Tunney and Caravaggio. So 100.50, 19 the score for the Irish rider as we move on in this Children's European Championships to another chance for Germany. Now, Germany have had a great start to the day, really looking very, very impressive with their riders so far, because Louis Goln and Brian Bierman in 7th and 8th, both clear, both quick, and both up inside the top 10 at the moment. This is the next of their riders. Maximilien Timpel riding here with Katenga on that Nations Cup team that finished on the podium in Hagen. They were also on the top step of the podium with that Nations Cup performance in Italy, here in Gorla, back in April. Oh, Germany looking very strong with their young riders here, these children putting in some brilliant performances. One more fence to go. And that is another clear round for Germany. And Maximilien Timpel and Katenga 80.59. There's a second away from her teammates, but is clear. And therefore, that is 3 good rounds from Germany so far. Of course, the team competition coming up over the days ahead. But I'm sure they'll be delighted with the way the horses are performing in this first stage. Well, great start for Germany, but we move on. Greece, of course, had that great round from Lucas Balawasis, who's still sitting in 9th place at the moment. That coming earlier on. Now, the next out for Greece is Valeski Balawasis. Golden Girl 163. Oof, got really deep into the wall. Somehow recovered coming out of it, but of course they're on the 4 now. Well, they finish off on that final score of 12, the final time of 81.68 for Valeski Belosi there, who rode for Greece at those Balkan Championships last year. Now we move across to two in a row, in fact, coming now for Norway. The first of which is Sophia Kingdom Clark, riding Cocktail. Here they are. Second on the team in Drammen. They run the winning Nations Cup team as well in Drammen over the shows that took place in May and in June. Coming into this final fence and finishing on the 4 for Norway's Sophia Kingdom Clark and Cocktail there. So 82.76 and a score of 4. I'm going to stay with Norway though for the next to go as the bell rings to start things off with their next combination. This will be Alexandra Pengra-Rolston riding Carrara HM. These two also been jumping out in Drammen recently. They were on that winning Nations Cup team at the Youth International at the end of May. Part of that FEI Youth Jumping Series. They finish on the 8. Alexandra Olsen and Carrara HM finishing with 2 fences down. 76.04, so good time, but 8 scored. And of course, therefore, down the order a little bit further than they may have hoped for. So after 2 in a row from Norway, we're going to have a rider from Spain next up. And this is It's My Life, written by Lucas Morata Soria. And these two been in action, jumped into first place in Leaderboard back at the start of June. Also jumped very well in France in the children's international classes. They were here as well in Italy back at the start of April. Not the first to have found their way to a stop in front of that triple bar. I think that's 3 now that have just come around the corner in such an innocuous fence. It really, for the majority, well, bar the 3 that have stopped at it, has caused no problems. It hasn't fallen, but you just come off that turn, slightly offset angle, and then suddenly you come to a grinding halt. But they get a nice big jump over it on the second attempt. But again, once you've had a stop, time penalties become your worry as well. Lucas out on course here. coming up on time faults in a moment. Hopefully they can keep them to a minimum on the 8 for jumping. Make that 12 with time. In fact, it is 12 with time. I apologise. I thought there was another fence that went down. 89.63, but it is 8 for jumping and 4 for time there for Lucas Moratosira and It's My Life. So that was the second out for Spain. More riders from Spain to come a little later on, obviously. The turn, though, now of Austria. Julia Handke riding Jumbo B. It's a wonderful name for this combination. Now, they rode both at the Children's Europeans in 2021 and in 2022 for Austria. So riding in her third European Championships, having a good line down to that double. Perfectly ridden, perfectly judged, and perfectly clear from Julia Handke there and Jumbo B. 80.30 into 13th they go. So they'll be delighted. What a great start that is for a young lady using her experience. Third European outing, European Championship outing in the children's for Julia Handke there. So that partnership riding there for Austria. Now we have a combination riding for Denmark, because this is Laura Slofkier riding Quicora. They got the first down, unfortunately. They're going to have a long ride round. A couple of children's international outings already this year. Oh, they've also had that fence down. On the 12 so far. Going on the wider line back round towards the final line. Might just get a little bit close to the time. Well, that makes a total. What's that, 60? And the last has gone 20 as they come across the line. They have just got inside the time allowed. But it is a score of 20 there for Laura Slofkaya then and Quicora. So not working out for them with those fences going down for that combination. So that was for Denmark. Going to have another chance though for Sweden in a moment, because Sweden's next is getting ready to start. Valentina Jarl. And this is Tiger Rose. Valentina coming round towards this opening fence. These two third together in Ziedewald. Really having to sit the horse back, trying to be careful, doesn't want to touch the plank. Again, just keeping the horse as controlled as she can. It's pulling quite hard. Good round for Sweden so far. 2 fences to go. One fence left. Riding, unfortunately, just let the horse open up a little bit coming down towards the final fence, and then gets caught with the last, so picks up that score of 4 for Sweden there.
And for Hungary, Joanna Fabian and Cabal.
Well, that was Valentina Jal and Tiger Rose. Next to go is Joanna Fabian, riding Chabal. These two riding for Hungary on the winning team in Babylona. Also on the team that finished 3rd in Lamportshausen. Strong round of jumping so far, but 2 fences to go. They're clear coming into the final line. Clear with 1 to jump. Oh, and again, just clipping that red rail behind at the last, and it really is turning into a tricky final fence for 1 or 2 of these riders. And sadly, that is a score of 4 as the last goes down. So that was Joanna Fabian and that was Chabal. So they're ready for Hungary. Next to go rides for Denmark and Malu Therese Malberg Larsen riding Champagne KS. And these two, again, have had some good international outings in Zürich. Jumping well as they come round to the double. 10A, 10B. Really letting the horse run, jumping with some confidence. This looks quick as well. Looks very quick. How close can they get towards the top with that round? 76.01. That is your new leading round as Maluden and Champagne KS go to the top of the leaderboard. 76.01. New leading round moves into first place for Denmark there. Malu Therese Malberg Larsen with a superb round. The wonderful round of Champagne KS then moves into first place. So some great jumping. Now Italy, though, having another go. The home nation about to start. Picking up the right horse, and here they go. It is the ride here for Tommaso Zozzi, riding Burberry des Terrix. On that winning Nations Cup team in Lampedusa for Italy. Coming again into the final line, just sitting the horse back a little bit now. Just one final fence to go, and again just falls into the final fence. 75.90, faster than the leader, but it isn't to be because 4 scored. And as close as Tommaso Zozzi came, Burberry de Terrix having the last down and finishing on that score of 4. Not to be for them as we move forward to the next to go, because it is now for the Czech Republic. Vanessa Ingrid Pesina riding Doreen HDH. Jumped very well in Prague in the Children's International, on the team that finished second, 4th in the Grand Prix back in May. It's again a very fast round, but again the last has gone down as 4 at the last. It's becoming a recurring theme. 74.94, faster than them all, but it is not their day. Doreen HDH has the last down, and still Malu Theresa Monenberg Larsen leads for Denmark. 76.01 is the leading time, so second clear, but the final fence falls. Next to go will be Monaco. Monaco at the moment with Valentine Platini sitting in 5th place overall. Next to go is Amelia Banks-Clark riding Hocken. Jumping on home soil just recently when they rode in the 2-star alongside the Longines Global Champions Tour. They also rode in Saint-Tropez. Safely through that double. Saw that stride a long way away. Jumps to the end and finishes on that clear. Well, 74-63. The Monaco riders are flying along here, and that didn't have any trouble at all over the last, because that now has got into the top spot, and it's a high five there for Amelia Banks-Clark. A 74-63 becomes the new best time with that clear round. So well done to Amelia Banks-Clark and to Hukan. So new leading time. They've been threatening down at 74 seconds for a while, but so far they haven't had the luck in terms of time. But that certainly was very, very well produced. Nicola Borra now goes next, rides for Croatia, riding Calandra 21. And they just also not liking the triple bar at number 3. Really not liking the triple bar at number 3. So that sadly is elimination. So disappointingly for them, that brings a slightly earlier end than they would have been hoping for to their round. So not to be for the partnership there for Croatia of Nicola Borra and Calandra 21. In a moment, we're back with Turkey, because we're what, just over the halfway mark now as well, or just gone past halfway in this class. Amelia Banks-Clark leads the way for Monaco. Malu Theresa Hullenberg Larsen sitting in second for Denmark. Liv Linsen for the Netherlands is currently in third. That is the 1, 2, 3. Well, now on track, Turkey's Mahmut Kandogan are riding here with Faroshi, the rider that took the individual gold at the Balkan Championships for the children's category last year. And sadly, those had the front rail off that parallel at that early double. At the moment, keeping it on the 4. And hopefully still on the 4 when they jump the red fence at fence 13, which they have indeed, 79-70. So that was Mahmut Kandogan riding there with Farushi. So for the score, next to go will be Spain's next chance. Nora Garcia Ursten riding Mako. Rode at the Children's European Championships last year when Spain finished in 4th place, just missing out on the podium on that occasion. What this year will bring, we will find out over the days ahead. So, riding last year with Dalilia, and this year with Mako. At first and second in the Netherlands at the Children's International there, where they also jumped here on the Nations Cup team back in April. Ooh, that just out of nowhere stop. Just one or two of the horses really not liking it as they come round that corner. Now to the wall. No, second refusal at the wall, and it's a heartbreak moment for Nora. It's the second refusal, bringing elimination early on in the course. And what a shame. Mako and Nora Garcia Usterson, they're eliminated for Spain. Well, the bricks of the wall going back in. The next about to start is the next of the riders for Switzerland. This is going to be Lou Daroli riding NOW. Third in the Grand Prix in Compiègne. They also were on the Nations Cup team here in Gorla back in April, where the team finished in fourth. Getting us back underway now in this first and opening round of jumping for the Children's European Championships for 2023. They fall through the top of that plank to bring them onto four. Looking to just keep it on the four if they can jump this last without any trouble. That they have. 78.96 is the final time. 4 is the score for that partnership there for the Swiss. So that was Lou Daroli there and NOW. So that missing out on a clear. We saw a clear early doors from the first of the British riders. That was Darcy Breen. Now the second of the British riders is Sienna Lani, riding here with Bermudez BDA. Rode on the Nations Cup team in Lamportshausen. Put in some consistent results in France and in the Netherlands. Alongside that result, round they come to the water. Riding well, sitting the horse back nicely, just keeping that control. Now into the final line. She'll need to do the same coming down here. We've seen this final fence have more than its fair share. And unfortunately, it's gone again, and it's Sienna Lani there for Great Britain that gets caught at the last. 77.73. Time-wise, very impressive. Would have been good enough for the top 5, but it isn't to be because it's 4 for Sienna Lani and Bermudez BDA. Next to go, it's going to be Ireland. Ruby Lily Gaines here. Ruby Gaines riding Castle Lux Clover. As Ireland's next to go. On that winning team in Hagen just a few weeks back in June. Jumped on the team that finished second here in Italy back in April. Been a consistent part of the children set up this year for Ireland. Negotiates their way through that line of the wall to the double. It's a nice big jump over the water. Still clear then as they turn back to this double at 10A and B. Strong time, I would have suggested. This is a good round from the young Irish rider. They have no trouble at the last. They go clear as well and into fifth place for Ruby Gaines. Castle Lux Clover 76.93 to bring Ireland up there into fifth place. So a super round for Ireland. And they'll be delighted with that, as Ruby will be very well and very richly deserved. So there we go. Still though, Amelia Clark leading 74.63, the time on top for Monaco. Monaco, Denmark, the Netherlands, the 1, 2, 3, as we look now to Belgium. And Belgium's best, Chloe Host, sitting in fourth. This, though, is the turn of Clementine Lux, riding Cash de Lequier. Winners in Compiègne. Round they come towards this double of uprights. Now, this curved line, 8 strides to the parallel that follows. Still 6 jumping efforts left as they come round to the double at 10A and B. Still clear for Belgium here. Clementine Lux and Cash de Lequier, one away. Clear all the way, 79.88 on the clock, and that goes into 15th then for Belgium, with another clear for the Belgium riders, so they will be happy as that performance sees them up there as well. 79.88 on the clock. So great jumping. Here we go with the next as well. It's Yuxa Aruzia Rodriguez and Carlin de Lamanas. The ride that this young lady used at the championships last summer when they were held in Spain, in Oliva. In Spain, in the children's category, finishing in 4th place. And Uxa, who was 15th individually, just coming up to the water. Lovely round of jumping as well. The clears are certainly coming through and shining brightly there for Spain. 80.63 to go into the top 20. Looks Aruza Rodriguez and Carlin de la Mosas. So that was a great round for the rider then for Spain. The next to go will ride for the Swiss. It'll be Nikita Gavin, Obra's Sugar Babe. And just starting off here, another rider that rode of the Europeans in Spain last year, Nikita Gavin, getting going. Still clear again as they come back round. Nikita Gavin here, Obra's Sugar Babe. This looks quite quick. This is quick. This is a very nice round of jumping there to go 75.97. Superb round. I think that goes into second place, doesn't it? So really, really well executed round of riding from Nikita Gavin there and Obra's Sugar Babe.
Clear, 75.97, second place for Nikita Gavin.
So lovely jumping. And now we've got, what, 5 more before we take a little break, and then we'll be into the final third. There's a lot of jumping still to come, and young riders to come later with their opening leg. Anastasia now. Anastasia Kratotroy riding here with Casano BVR. Something amiss? There's the bell. Rides for Ukraine. No, there's a change in the order. It's Giorgia Baldi that comes forward. So apologies there. That's why there's been a little bit of confusion and delay. So we have the next of the riders out for Italy, of course, here with Carnival van de Klazerhof. These two on the winning Nations Cup team for Italy in Lamprochausen. Also, in fact, they were jumping on the Nations Cup team that finished second in that final in Pittsburgh last September, the Youth Nations Cup final. Round they come from back away from home to this double. Italy looking for a big performance here. Certainly going to be one of the stronger teams with their performances in Nations Cup recently. And they'll be hoping that continues here at home as well, and it does. Look at that, 73.63 as they take the lead here. Giorgia Baldi and Carnival van de Klaasterhof, a second clear of anything we've seen so far, and they move into top spot in the individual rankings. So it is Italy on top at home, and then Monaco and the Swiss sitting in second and third. So some brilliant rounds of jumping. There's so much still to be going. I mean, let's just remind you at the moment, it's Italy, Monaco, Switzerland, Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Ireland, Portugal, Monaco. That is your top 9 as it currently stands on the leaderboard. Next to go, a good chance though for France with Melina Beaulieu riding here with Cannabis d'Albane. Individually fifth and in the bronze medal winning team 12 months ago in Spain in the Children's European Championships in Oliva. Good round of jumping from the French combination so far. They now also clear with 2 to jump. Still clear now with 1 to jump. And again, good time. Won't be far away from the top of the order here. 76.41 goes into fifth. Just nearly, well, what's that, about 2.5 seconds away. So into the top 5 for Melina Beluet and Cannabis. So 76.41, yeah, into fifth place, faster than Liv Linson, who was leading for quite a while. Next to go, it's Identity, ridden by Annabelle Molnar, rides for Hungary. Another rider at the Youth Europeans at the Children's European Championships 12 months ago. Riding It's a Gamble last year. Identity is the ride this year. These two jumping very well in San Marino. Just gets caught with the plank at the first part of that double at 8A. And sadly at number 9 as well, it's 2 fences in that line that have gone down to push them onto an 8-fault score here for the Hungarian rider, Annabella Bondar. Over the final fence to finish on 80.36. Then is the final time. Annabelle Bonnard with those 2 fences down in the middle of the course there with Identity. So Giorgia Baldi, though, still leading the way. Next to go, it is a rider for Finland to come forward. And this is Janka, ridden by Sani Ili. It will be the break after this, so this combination next up. Jumping very well in Lear, but today, bad start. First fence goes down, and that means that nothing will be changing at the top of the order as we go into that break. And then we'll come back with the final third of this class. Giorgia Baldi leading at the moment for Italy from Emilia Clark for Monaco and Nikita Gavin for Switzerland. That is the 1, 2, 3 as we reach the 2/3 mark of this class. 70 so far out of 105 have gone round this course. keeping it to the 8 as they come down towards the last. They're going to run the time tight. 82.19, they are okay. It is 8 though for Saniili and Janka there for Finland. Plenty more still to come forward, but it is Giorgio Baldi that leads the way as we go into the break. And we'll come back in 10 minutes' time with the final third. Still, what, about 35 riders to come here in this opening class for the children. Live with you on FEI TV and beyond for this FEI Jumping European Championships for the youth here in Gorla Minore. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
Second break for the grand maintenance. So we have in the lead for Italy, Giorgio Baldi. The best time is 73.63.
Prova sì, 1, 2, 3. arrivato il momento di iniziare l'ultima parte dedicata alla prima prova del campionato d'Europa Children, edizione 2023 qui a Gorla Minore.
Welcome back to Italy and to this, the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla Minore in 2023. For the young riders, juniors and children, it is the opening stage of the Children's European Championships that we are enjoying. And these are the youngest riders here this week. And this course that has been set by Andrea Colombo has a time allowed to remind you of 86 seconds. Jumping a height of 1.25 meters. And so far, 70 have gone. And to get things back underway, I think we're going to see the missing Ukrainian rider, Anastasia, covered through. No, we're not. We're going on to Mike Schmitz. My screen is telling me porkies. Nevertheless, we have Mike here, the young man from Switzerland, riding Lautaro von Hoff. The leading rider at the moment is Italy's Giorgio Baldi, the Italian rider, who has jumped the clear in 73.63, ahead of Monaco's Amelia Banks-Clark and Swiss rider Nikita Gavin, the 1-2-3. So here we go, back underway. Final third of this opening class. Young riders to come later as well. The turn now, this Swiss rider jumped here back in April. Over the water, now to this parallel on the corner. Behind the tree we go, and then round to the double, the little plank going in. Be careful. That they are. Jump that nicely, coming down towards the parallel that follows the 8 strides on the curve. Then back round to this double, 2-strider double, parallel upright. On the 4 as they come to the final fence, which they jump 81.65 is the final time for that partnership there for the Swiss, Mike Schmitz and Lautaro von Hoff. Next to go will be a chance for Romania's next. Olympic Dream 6 is ridden by Ana Maria Diaconu. Countdown running. Partnership who jumped at the Balkan Championships in the children's category last year. More recently finished in second place in the Children's Grand Prix in San Marino back in May. Clear as they land over the water. Ana Maria and Olympic Dream 6. But not clear as they go through the double, because they do catch that skinny little plank. Really deep into the parallel. On the 8 now. Time looks to be just okay. It is 8:82.84 for Ana Maria Diaconu and Olympic Dream 6 then riding for Romania. So
Olympic dream.
I colori dell'Ucraina
still the top of the order remaining unchanged.
Cassano BVR.
Now Sweden with Wilma Linnell.
Ukraine with Cassano BVR.
In fact, now we're going to have the Ukrainian rider. It is Anastasia. Let's turn. Anastasia Krivakro riding Cassano BVR. So we're going back through the order a little bit here for these two as they come round to that triple bar. Jump that well. Each strides on the curve to that wall. Jumps in and out of the double. Nicely done on the 6th to fence 7. Oh dear, just running away from that plank. Just lost that little bit of control in the last couple of strides. Not wanting to play. Sadly, that's the second refusal at that fence, and it means it's elimination for the Ukrainian partnership of Anastasia Krivakro and Cassano BVR. Well, it will be Sweden now with Wilma Linnell riding Gura Hop. Sweden's next rider. Just pick them up on the camera in a moment. There they are. Finished third in Zuidwald. In the class there, they were also well placed in Compiègne. Already having to be very, very accurate with the way they're riding. I was just sort of looking to veer a little bit to the right, to put that right leg on to straighten them up. But the wall goes down. Still just on the 4 though, as they come round into the final line of fences. And the last falls. Makes it 12. 75.96. Time was certainly on their side. That was the sort of time that would have put you into the top 3, but it isn't to be. 12 faults is a big drop with the numbers that were jumping here. So that was Wilma Linnell and Gura Hop, or HOP. The next to go, as we continue forward in this Children's European Championship, to a rider for the Czech Republic that jumped at the Children's European Championships last year in Spain. It is Albert Pisaric riding here with Chapo 2, the same horse that Albert rode last season. On the winning team in Prague back in May. Sitting nice and quietly, jumping very, very well. Just keeping that rhythm on the corner. Just letting the fences come to them. Well, they jump and they jump clear. 81.05 goes into 25th place, but all importantly for them, it is a clear round for the rider there for the Czech Republic, Albert Prisarik. And Chapbo too, it's a lovely little round of jumping. Giorgio Baldi still leads though for Italy, 73.63, as the next out will be a partnership for Slovenia. It is Gaia Fila riding here with Flo Cooper. Recently on the team in Babylona. Quite quick as well, not wasting any time on the turns. Be interesting at the end of this line if they are still clear, if they look to drop inside from 11 to 12, or if they go round. They've gone round. Yeah, those still clear towards the final two fences. And still clear after those final two fences, so into the top 10 as well. 76.87 goes into 8th place there for Geerfila, and that with Flo Cooper. Lovely round then for the Slovenian rider to push herself right the way up into the top 10, just a bit faster than Ruby Gaines from Ireland slots in behind Chloe Host from Belgium. Belgium, talking of which, have another rider to come now, and Xander Lambert's riding Opium van de Colomier or Colomier Shen. Rode at the Pony European Championships last year for Belgium in Strasgrom in Poland. Was on their children's team in Hagen and on the winning team in the Ponies in Lamprochhausen. Brilliant round as well. No, the last has gone, hasn't it? I've just realised as they landed and the camera moved on, almost missed it, but it is 4. 78.01 is the time, but it is 4 for Xander Lamberts and Opium as that partnership there for Belgium. Plenty more still to come forward in this class. Turkey next up. Frustrating moment there for the previous rider, though. You can see there they are, just putting it back up. So here we go. Dikiers now with Cairns. This is Belma Nil Eristuen. Rode last year at the Europeans in Spain. On that occasion on Adiamu de la Bay. So a change of ride this year. And the first fence goes down, so it's going to be another frustrating round. We were jumping here in Gorla just a few weeks ago. Well, they land over the last on the 8 there for Belmonil Eristron and Keyens.
8-8 le penalità.
8 faults for Cayenne. 83-1.
So they go around in 83.18 to drop down into the top 60 or so. Next to go, Great Britain's next to come forward in this Children's European Championships. Great Britain now with Emily Gulliver. Emily riding here with Fleur de Nuit 8. Rode on that Children's European Championship team in Olivenova last year. Recently in international action in Compiègne, Lamprochausen and Ziedewald. First part of the double going down as well, the tricky little plank on the way in. No trouble at that double. Finishing therefore on the 4 for Emily Gulliver and Fleur de Nuit 8, then 82.73, just outside the top 50 with that rounder jumping then for Emily Gulliver. So finishing on 4. Plenty of clears though so far across this class. Next to go in this class, this opening leg of the Children's FEI Jumping European Championships here in Gorla Minore. It's going to be this partnership for Poland. This is Michalina Laka, T-Gold Quidam the second Z. Also rode last year at those Children's Europeans in Spain. So had a good run of results with this horse. Comes to this little double with the plank going in and the plank goes down.
for T Gold and Michalina Lonska, 78-26.
Apologies if you, like me, keep grabbing a black screen every now and then, but we are looking to stabilise things just as soon as we can, but fingers crossed it shouldn't mean we missed too much. The last to go picked up a score of 8. Next on course is these two for Spain, Marianne Melagos Bordet, and this then is a ride called Halloween for the next of the Spanish team here this week. Jumped into the top 10 back in April in Gorla in that Children's Grand Prix. Also jumped very well in the Netherlands in the Children's International. Lovely clear round into the top 20 as well. T Gold, Quidams the second Z, and Michelina Laca there, putting in a brilliant performance. Apologies, that was Miren Megalusa Brodet and Halloween. Again, sorry, apologies, screen didn't update in terms of the name. Great Britain coming to the first now with Sula Van Bulo riding then with Dabel. Over the first and on we go. These two brilliant in the Netherlands just recently, also jumped very well out in Lompershausen. Jumps the water. Now 6 strides up to that parallel, then round you come to this one strided double. Safely over the plank and the upright to follow. Great Britain with just that one clear at the moment, early on from Darcy Breen. Still on that one clear because that fence at the start of that line's gone down. Well, they finish on the 4. 78.74 is the final time for Sula Van Bulo and Dabel. So that was for Great Britain. Next to go will be Denmark and Emily Chetedbol riding here with Madia. And a partnership next up that have been very well placed in the Netherlands back at the beginning of June. Also went well at the back end of last year in Newminster. So Emil Chestedbol. Emily now over the first and on we go. One more fence left. And Emily there on the 4, 76.52. So Emily Shetland bowl there, and Madea finishing with that score of 4. So that was Denmark. Next to go was Lithuania and Laura Bergate, who rode in Olivenova last year in the children's category at those Europeans. Need for Speed is the name of the ride on the Nations Cup team that finished 4th in Hagen. They were top 7 in the Grand Prix in Hagen as well. They've been busy and jumping well in the likes of Lumperchausen and in Oklabik already this year. So confidence should be on a high. Jumping well at the moment, but I think there is one fence that we've seen go down. It was that first fence that went down, and at the moment, coming towards the end of the course, still just on the 4 for Laura, and Need for Speed. And the first and last of the two that go, 79.39 is the final time for Need for Speed and Laura Bergate there for Lithuania. Well, as we move on to the next of the combinations for Italy, leader at the moment is, of course, Italy's Giorgia Baldi with Carnaval Vanti Klazhoff. 73.63 is that leading time. Now the turn of Daphne Guniti, riding here with Landra Del Oxa. Was on the team 12 months ago that took the silver medal in the Children's European Championships. Very well done so far, but still 2 fences to go and 8 faults behind them. Little pat to say well done at the end for Daphne Guttini there, but it is 8 and 80.99 is the time. Well, it's going to be a rider for the Czech Republic next. Then this will be Vaclav Humplink. And And just getting set to come to this equiline fence to start things off then. Third in the Grand Prix together, these two in Lompoldshausen. They were second on the team in Samrin. Still clear then as they come round this final bend. There's 5 stride distance at the top. It's this fence at the end that's caught quite a few. But not for these two. They jump it clear. They jump it nicely then. As you can see, that is a clear for Václav Humlik and the Czech Republic. Now for Ireland with another go. This Harry Rush coming our way, who was third with Tabby, the ride he has today, in the Grand Prix in Hagen for the Children's Grand Prix just a few weeks back. Lovely big jump over the water tray. Now really pushing on round the corner, riding with quite a bit of pace now, just getting his reins back together again. Now, oh dear, just got a little bit behind the movement, but this wonderful, wonderful horse just keeps working with him and has got plenty of scope and ability. What about that for Ireland? And what a time, 73.93. He's gone into third with that, so well done. That's 2 Irish riders now in the top 9. Brilliant performance from Harry Rush and Tabby. 75.93 puts Ireland up there in third in this individual class as starting things off here. So well done to that young man. Great round. Next to go will be another round. This, though, for France. It's going to be the turn of Maxime Brickel riding Balenciaga de Gandhi. These two jumping most recently in Fontainebleau. Also jumped in the Netherlands prior to that. They've had a busy run. Well, looks to be a clear round so far here from Maxime Brickle for France. So there's just one more fence left to jump, and this could go into the top 20, and it does. 18th they go, 79.77. It's a nice round then as well for the French rider, as Maxim then going up there with a clear round. Colin Sorg rides for Germany, rides Casillas the second, and they are the partnership that are coming forward next. The team podium in third in Hagen, they were second together in Lumpenhausen, and of course winners here in Gorla back in April. So 3 Nations Cup outings so far, 3 podiums including that win, and they were also fourth in the Grand Prix I could mention in Hagen as well. So strong rider Colin Sorg and Casillas the second. Nicely done. This could be a great round for Germany, and it is a great round for Germany. What a day they are having, with Calesius there and Colin Sorg going into 12th, 78.52. The German horses and the German riders have really been very consistent across the board, and that just continuing here now. So well done to Colin Sorg, well done to Casillas 25. Sorry, Casillas the second. Now it's High Life 25. Estelle van Triep goes next. This is a chance for Belgium. Most recently in Monheiden, they were in the top 10 of the Grand Prix in Hagen, where they were also on the Nations Cup. Now just sitting up, waiting for the fence to come to them. Lovely round of jumping, clear round for Belgium as well, showing their great strength, consistent and clear. Just took their time. They were only a second and a half inside the time allowed, but they just wanted to keep that nice, gentle rhythm that they had. So that was High Life 25 and Estelle van Triep going round for a clear. And 36 clear rounds, I think, 37 clear rounds now in this class. That goes down towards the bottom of those, but it is all important. Now, we move on to Switzerland, to Elodie Hanselmann, riding then with Caluno to Dolen. And the first fence goes down. What a shame not having any luck at all, really. I mean, we've seen it happen a few times on this course, although I think every fence has gone down, but maybe perhaps the second fence is, I think, the only fence I haven't seen fall on this course. Well, that has gone again. It's been such a tricky fence, but fair. The majority haven't had any problems at it at all, but there are a few that have managed to clip that plank going into that double. Finishing, therefore, on 12 was Elodie Hanselman then for Switzerland. They're riding Kaluna Tadolon.
Se no sono 12 le penalità nella chiusura in 76-21 totale da parte di Elodie Hanselman.
In a moment, the next to come forward will be a rider for Poland, and it'll be Paulina Solinek as the next out for the Polish. Riding them with a Clean Lady. These two second in the Netherlands. They won the Grand Prix in the Children's Grand Prix of Lumpertshausen. They very much in form partnership at the moment. These two riding for Poland. Sitting back, just lifting that horse away from the fence, getting a lovely jump now, coming round into the final line. Not going to be one of the fastest, but more importantly, can it be a clear? Yes, even with a little tap of the last, races across the line, and it is clear. 83.01, 34th in the order they go. That is the clear for the partnership there for Poland of Paulina Sloniak and Clean Lady.
And now for Germany, representing Germany, Jolie-Marie.
Well, Germany have been having a very good morning, and now they have their final rider. It's Jolie-Marie Cunha riding Diallo. And this partnership looking to try and continue that strength in the way that things have been going. They were second with her other ride in the Grand Prix in Hagen. These two on that Nations Cup team that finished third in Hagen, second in Lumpertshausen, and winners here. So certainly been able to bed the team in. The German riders got a really good run coming here to Italy. This was quick as well. And it's clear. 74.30 into second place for Jolie Maricuna there, and Diallo to put the young German rider up into second place. So 74.30 into second place. So a brilliant round there for Germany once more. Still Giorgia Baldi leading though, 73.63. And now Amelia Banks-Clark in third. Next to go, it's Lithuania's turn, as Emilia Zakutasketi is next up with this ride. It's Karalis, who was on the Nations Cup team that finished fourth in Hagen. Also jumping in Senta and in Lumpelshausen, where they were also on the team. Six jumps left. We're on the four as they come towards the finish, and four they will remain on. 77.47 on the clock there for Emilia Zakruskati and Karalis for Lithuania. So finishing on 4 faults. Next to go will be a partnership for Latvia. Anna Salamina is due to join us, riding Calgary de Seigneur. Now, this is a combination that were both second and third in the One Star in Prague back in May. They were strong towards the back end of last year as well. On the team that finished second, I should say, as well in that Children's International in Prague. Although on that occasion, riding Finska, her other ride. Over the triple bar now, right-handed bend to the wall. Safely through that double. But sadly, not to be over that little water tray that sits under fence number 9. On the 8, as they return to the final 2 fences. Well, they finish on a total of 12, 79.37 for Anna Salamina and Calgary de Seigneur. So that partnership, they're riding for Latvia. Into the final 10 to go. Giorgia Baldi leading, 73.63. Italy on top from Monaco and France in the current individual standings. Next to go, it's Great Britain and Ruby Payne. White Spark Pepper for Ruby. And this partnership that have been busy in the children's internationals this year in Compiègne, Lamperousse, and in Zuidwald. So here she comes. It is Ruby Payne. Find their way over the double. Now they come back to this water. Six strides on the curve after that water to the parallel. Then over this single strided double. Two fences to go, still clear as it stands. Going to be nice and wide round to the final two. And they get a clear round, 80.58 into 28 for Ruby Payne. White Spark Pepper. Nice, strong performance from Ruby for Great Britain. So that's a good round of jumping from them, but now we're looking for a good round of jumping from Austria. Jana Worm riding Cabello. So the Austrian rider next to go. And they come back to this triple bar. Jana Vermeer recently jumping in Iverstroff. Really nicely done so far from Jana. Needs to keep this nice control that she has at the moment over the final two fences. Well, they land over the last to go into the top 20. Jana Worm and Cabello, top 20 it is. 79.32 as the final time, goes into 17th place. So good, strong round for Austria there. Now we have, what have we got? Riders to go for Portugal, Ukraine, Romania, Hungary, France, Monaco. In fact, there's two to go for Ukraine and two to go for Portugal. One to go for Ireland as well. Let's go to the first of the Portuguese two that we're going to see in the final run through here, because this is the turn of Diana Ferreira Pinto riding Scudi. And clear. 81.04 for Portugal. And Esquidi with Diana there, and into 34th they go. But a lovely clear as well. So still another rider to come for Portugal. So that was good jumping, Esquidi and Diana Fiera Pinto. Piako S goes next. 1 or 2 for Ukraine is Igor Tishienko. Rode last year at the Europeans in Olivenova in the children's section. More recently jumping in Lier and also in Kronenberg. Really big jumper, isn't it? Looking very, very strong. Just one fence left to go and another clear coming up, surely. Yes, it is indeed. So 0 the score, clear all the way. Igor for Ukraine, Piacure S, 82.58 into 37th place. Clear round. Really, really well done. Now, Romania is next, and part of the team that finished second in the Nations Cup in San Marino back in May. This is Alexia Iona Kua, riding Gambino 515. Alexia Iona Siuka here for Romania, and the first fence has got in the way again. Ah, sad moment for them, because after all that hard work, preparation, and then getting caught out at the opening fence. Oh, really not feeling their best today. They stop at the third, making life even more difficult. They don't want to play. I had a feeling the bell was going to go, and it has. So we lose that partnership for Romania. It means we're now down to 1 for Hungary, 1 for France, Monaco, Ukraine, Portugal and Ireland in terms of nations left to go in this, the opening competition for the children's European title, the FEI Jumping European Championships for the children here in Gorla, Minore for 2023. Next to go will be Hungary, Dalmar Pishagovsky riding Prince of Persia. Again, it's that triple bar just catching out another combination, causing more issues. It's been one of those fences that they either jump or stop, but very few have stopped at it. But those that have, it's really put pay to any chances. A bit of rebuilding going on. Well, they've recovered, and recovered nicely despite that fence now going. They've got going again. Just need to keep the shape, keep the control. Using the corner just to steady the horse back a little bit before coming into the double. And approaching the final line on 12. And the last. So 22 with time, 87.14 is that final time. Of course, they had the stop and the seconds added in.
7 secondi e 14, il totale è 22.
So that was the combination riding then for Hungary of Dalma Przewalski and Prince of Persia. Into the 5 to finish, Zoe Verion Liddy next up with Rankar Mespier. So the next is the last of the French riders to go. Top 6 in Fontainebleau just the other day. Well in Compiègne, and also on the Winning Nations Cup team back in March in Belgium. Really pinging off the floor, going through the double. Really riding a cracking round at the moment. And it looks to be quite a quick round at the moment as well. Leading time, 73.63. Not quite sure we're on the leading pace, but we're certainly putting in a reasonable round in terms of the clock. Maybe not as fast as I thought it was going to be at one point, but it should and is a clear round. Into the top 30 they go. 80.47 is that final time on the clock for France's final rider out, which I'm sure they'll be delighted to see the clear coming up there for Zoe. So nicely done, leaving us just 4 to go. As we know, next up will be Monaco, who have put in some cracking rounds of jumping. They've still got Amelia Banks-Clark up in second place at the moment. This is the turn of Poland. No, it is Monaco. What am I saying? Monaco, and Polina Kostenko is next. Noblesse Vanderdokohova. And Polina, following the footsteps of the great performances from the other members of the team. Jumped in the Youth Europeans last year on Cintio 3. Was jumping on home soil in the 2-star alongside the Global. Just recently, they jumped in Cannes as well. They were here in April. And then they went to France and Compiègne. On the 4 as they come towards the final fence. Makes space, jumps that. Little Pat, well done. 4 it is though for those two. And that was Polina Kostenko and Noblesse Vanderdokohova. Still now just into these closing stages with 3 to go. And still the top 3 led by Giorgia Baldi from Amelia Banks-Clark and Nikita Gavin, Italy, Monaco, Switzerland. Valeria Dromereskia riding Stella, who she rode at the Youth Europeans last year in Spain. Nicely done. Still clear with 2 to jump here for Ukraine's Valeria Domoreskia. Towards the end as she looks back and realizes, but nevertheless, a well deserved 80.43 on the clock for Valeria there for Ukraine. So then there were two to go, Portugal and Italy. So Portugal and Ireland will try. It's Portugal and Ireland to go. The rider for Portugal, penultimate rider out. Felipe Miguens Malta da Costa riding UNB. And this another rider back for a second attempt at the Youth European Championships for the children's section. Jumped last year on a horse called Colombo des Quarts. Still has that ride, was a winner in Lumpushausen, but this was the horse he selected for the team. Backed off the wall a little bit, got him set okay. Of course, to remind you, this afternoon, the young riders getting underway at 3 p.m. here in Italy. Could be a great finish for Portugal. This it is 82.57. Felipe is clear on IMB. UMB goes over the last 82.57. 38th in the order. Felipe Miguens Walter da Costa, leaving us one more to go. Just one more left out of the 105 that are starting. We've seen 104 of them. Now we come to the last. Alice Maloney for Ireland, riding Cosima. As Ireland, who have got Harry Rush up there in 4th place. I wonder what's going to happen here. She was on the winning team in Hagen with this ride. She was also on the team with this ride that finished second here in Italy back in April. Jumped into the top 6. She was on the team in a team in Centaur in Belgium. So being a regular part of the setup. halfway there. Round to this two-strided double. Hall's just flicking and playing with his head a little bit. Doesn't seem to distract them. Now the turn back. If she can jump them, it's going to be a reasonable time as well. And she's done it. Great finish for Ireland. They are strong as well. 78.70 on the clock. And into 15th there for Alice Maloney and Cosima as the last out for Ireland. And the last out in this opening round, this individual and team competition that will run this week here for the FEI European Championships for the children. We have enjoyed this opening class. And well done to Giorgia Baldi, who takes the top spot ahead of Jolie Marie Cunha and Amelia Banks-Clark. It is Italy, Germany, Monaco, 1, 2, 3. Harry Rush for Ireland takes fourth. Nikita Gavin in fifth for the Swiss. And in sixth place, it was Malu-Therese Mullenberg-Larsen. So that is your top six. And, of course, the competition continues. The team competition for the children is tomorrow afternoon. We'll be bringing you that live. Next up this afternoon, 3 p.m. for live coverage of the young riders as they start out with their individual competition. Tomorrow morning will be the juniors, and it runs on through the week. So I'll be back at 3. So wherever you're joining us from around the world, you've got, what's that? About 3 hours, and we're coming back with you live in just over 3 hours' time. In the meantime, there's some presentations and other elements I will leave you with. Thank you for being with us live here in Italy from the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla, Minore.
Premiazione della prima prova in programma per il campionato d'Europa Children con la vittoria tutta italiana di Giorgia Baldi. E per celebrare la vittoria di Giorgia, l'inno nazionale d'Italia, please now be abstaining for the national anthem of the winner. La gara di apertura del campionato europeo riservato ai children. Jacopo Vidaletti consegnerà i premi per questa prima gara in programma, valida come prova numero 1 del campionato d'Europa. Ecco i premi per l'Italia che Jacopo Vidaletti presenta e consegna a Giorgia Baldi. Il piatto consegnato dal componente della ground jury del campionato europeo, Karin Schindele, a Giorgia Baldi, vincitrice con Carnival per l'Italia. La seconda posizione per la Germania, and here is the second place for Germany, Jolie Marie Kühner. E tra i migliori 3 percorsi degli oltre 100 di questa prima gara c'è quello di Okan e Amelia Banks Clark per il Principato di Monaco. Here is the prize for the third place. For le Principato de Monaco, Amelia Banks Clark, Okan, third place. La quarta posizione, fourth place, Davi Harry Rush, Irlanda. Poi la quinta, fifth, for Switzerland, Nikita Gavin, Obora Sugar Babe. La sesta posizione per la Danimarca, sixth place is for Denmark, Malou Mulbieglas and Champagne. La settima posizione per la Francia, seventh for France, Melina Bouillot. E l'ottava posizione per l'Olanda, and the eighth place for the Netherlands, and the early leader of this class, Liv Linsen. Ed è tutto, il mio grazie a Jacopo Vidaletti, Karin Schindele per la consegna dei premi, ed ora il giro d'onore con la vincitrice. We have the lap of honor for the winner, Giorgia Baldi, Carnival, Italy.